Why, hello there. What are you upset about here? Hang on one second. That may be broken today. Let me check and send. Might not have alerts today, which won't be the end of the world, but for some reason, it's all rated out. Why would that be? Hmm. Did they change something? Um, where did browser source go? Okay, yeah, I'll look at this later. It's broken today. That's what we got. But we shall push on. Hopefully everything else is good today. That looks all right. You look all right. Okay. I think we are in action. With everything else, anyway. Okie dokie. I'll have to jot this down on my paper. Paper of thing to do. Let's do that, and then fix OBS alerts. Okay. We can go there for now. Got too much junk stacked over there. Need to tidy that up. Anywho, let's figure out what we're doing today. We had some things we needed to move around in this here dealio. The I'm a little transparent today. It's fine. The map state. We're trying to get map state into a good state. Haha. The controller here. Okay, so you take a map file path now, always. I was thinking about moving these things to app state because map state only handles a single app, or map rather. App state has a list of these controllers. So, what was I thinking about doing here? Map pane. When we build you, what do you got? We got plugins needing updates. Dart and Flutter. Okay. We can do that. That's fine. We'll update it later, or restart it later. So we load a controller here. Right? It's part of what we were doing. Yeah, map state, map controller, because well, we're not going to be able to. You won't be in a context. That's what we were trying to solve there. So we got to be careful. We would need a current controller in here. Or app controllers add. We can do a selected controller. This can't be final though. So we can do this and make you nullable. That's possible. We actually wouldn't do that yet. We would need, pardon me, to put a function in place to do that. And then map state on build. Do I want to do that? It seems a little bit awkward. And I want to be careful that we don't end up like rebuilding this a billion times, right? Because if we have to, especially if we have to load, well, I guess we don't have to load though. We just operate on this. We do have things like the clicking to create a new connection that would be problematic, perhaps. I don't want to end up in a corner where my state gets rebuilt when I don't want it to and we lose data, right? So we would almost have to... On controller construction, add the load call immediately, but because that moves over here, that happens. You are going to need the path you're in still, or... to do something else. Like if we create this state and wrap it around this widget as a provider, that's fine. But changing maps is going to be problematic. Basically have to... Like, we can do on-dependency change. That's a thing we can do to listen. But I don't think we can do that inside of here. That's a widget override. So we'd have to make sure we manage that here to save map and then load map. We don't need the load map anymore. Reload map, we do kind of want to do this though. We want to reload still, I think. We need like a, I guess we could use close map. We need like a switch loaded map or something, so that we make sure that we clean up all of the parameters and things. This probably needs to be in app state because... Oh, okay, hang on. If we have a loaded controller, we can pull that out of state, out of the context, because we give you a parent context, right? No, we don't. Oh, wait, no, yeah, we do. Because you have to pull skill controller and tag controller out of there. Can I in Dart? I forgot to open this. Go into here. Yoink. There we go. Can I in Dart do something like listen to? I'm pretty sure I can listen to a change. Not you. In provider. Flutter provider. I guess it wouldn't be a Dart thing. It'd be a Flutter thing. Listen to state change. Well, it automatically does that because that's what a watch does, right? On changed. Like, how do I trigger code? I'm probably just like brain farting really hard right now. There's a notifier. Okay. Ref.watch. Is that ref the name of the guy asking the question? Ref, yes, okay. Change notifier provider. Ref, repository. Ref watch. Repo, okay. Notifier, add listener. Listener, ref on dispose, remove listener. Okay. So the watch, we just add a listener to this. that is in function. So we could theoretically do that. That can go away because it's done. So if we were to do this, we would have like it would be in here. We would need like a and then I won't need that. I'll need like so. And then I need to close the brackets there. This could be this. My wonder is if I do this, does it do the same thing where it only reloads the things that are changed? Let me figure out. Scroll through the docs here. Change notify provider. Provider value combined with a stateful widget. Read the state, modify the state. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for. Oh, I'm looking for like some kind of. Rebuilds too often. Instead of context watch, you can use context select to listen only to the specific set of properties. Okay, that's what I want. Hey Kyle, how's it going? You can write context watch person. It may cause the widget to rebuild as something other than name changes. We don't want that, right? Context select to listen only to the name property. Okay, so that's what I should be doing, I think. I was going pretty good. How about you? So, if we come in here, and instead of doing this, do we still need a reference to app state? No. Well, actually, hang on. We need to get a reference to it. Consumer selector, optional child argument allows rebuilding only a particular part of the widget tree. Good, thanks. Excellent, excellent. Glad to hear it. So you can put a builder in a consumer, but I don't necessarily want to do that. The problem is, can I listen to when this has changed and then call anything? Well, I guess maybe I don't need to call anything. Hang on. I only really care that I have the current info. We still end up listening to... Oh, that's in a widget. Context select. Use consumer selector. This is also not a widget, though. So I want to be careful. Well, we can add listeners, and we can handle these things. Okay. And is there... like an override for a dispose in Dart itself? Disposable class. Object with disposable. So I'd have to do that. Except that's not... It says common page. This is not... This is somebody else's... The thing they've named comment package. Okay. I want Dart only here. Dispose class. Dispose Dart API docs. Dispose package. Ooh, unverified uploader. No, thank you. This is... I don't think Dart has that, is basically. It's a Flutter thing, right? But because this isn't a Flutter widget, we won't have it. We can register... We can, or rather, override dispose here, which we already do. And call dispose on this class if we write one. Let's see here. Yeah, this is all like third-party stuff from randos. Very hesitant to rely on. It's not even like a company in most cases. It's unverified uploader, so it's just a dude. Which isn't necessarily bad, but like I want to limit dependencies, right? So but this guy's saying on dispose at do we have, does provider provide? Can I override dispose? I can. Okay, so provider implements a dispose. All right, cool. That helps. Because we need to remove listeners as appropriate, right? I want to do... So in-app state, which this should really come out. It's at the root of lib, right? Yes. Let's pull you out. Like while we're here, right? Put you in here. And we're gonna need to import package Flutter material probably for that. And then these guys will just do the lazy way. That's fine. You are in there. Okay. And then we need to fix up this. Needs to get fixed like so. Okay. Clean that up. Things are good. We will need to fix up these. Which is not a big deal. I should have done this in its own commit, but that's okay. It will be fine. You're gonna have trubs now. That's a different trubs. We'll worry about that when we finish. Untangling everything, but these guys are gonna have a broken app state because we need to change the import. That's fine. Hello? Oh my gosh. Wrong button. Works better if you push the right one. You, funny enough, also, which isn't even actually used right now. We'll leave you in there for a second. We don't know really what we want just yet. You're broken, that's fine. Working on you. These guys will need it re-imported. Come on, give me the thing, otherwise you won't work. There we go. You and you go. You popped up. Why don't you? There we go. Okay. And then status effects will need it real quick. You. And then this. What are you? No, that's not a typo. It's plural. It's what it is. Okay. All right. So that pulls that out there, which is where it should be. Oops. You to drag over, not be closed. So we can get an overview here. Because we load all the controllers. In here. Map file path loaded. App controllers add. And actually that needs to be called. And if we give you that file path, load map does not need that. This just becomes, what did I just say you were? Map file path. Oh, no. Okay. Hang on. You call it as part of that. That's okay. Map controller now loads the map on init. Just for future me. Okay. So because you're loaded and you're added here, this, instead of being app state, and it won't be final either because this can change. I want to make sure. Yeah, we need to know exactly what it is. So we're gonna say here, map controller, selected map controller. This is nullable. And then here, instead of doing this, which, hang on. Context select. And then the type, okay. This becomes this syntax. Like that. You... My name... because you are parent context. Need one of them. That'll replace this. These shouldn't be final either. Because they can get changed. Right? Am I allowed to do... I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe. Are you gonna complain if I don't make y'all final? And then I won't need this to be final. Or required. Because that's final, let's put him up there. Just kind of keep things visually grouped. Hey Terrace, how's it going? I think I still have to do this, though. It doesn't make any sense to be able to do anything else. Wrong character. Skill controller. Add controller. Spell that correctly, eh? Tech controller. Okay, so if we set all that up, we'll need override on dispose here. Now, if we do a listener, though, we also need to store you, which could be troublesome. I don't think these guys matter. It's only going to be this selected map that's going to matter. Where was the question over here? So it would be a thing we call. So just while we kind of noodle through. Oop. You go out there. Something like this. There you go. As soon as Nightbot wakes up, they'll take care of your question. So if we were to do something like this, the problem is, how do I make sure that because I won't have a reference globally. I need to put you into like an instance variable, right? This guy's question. Raf. Where was Raf? Where did he initialize? Repository. Okay. Change notifier provider, Raf. Okay. So he pulls repo out of that. I think. So they call ref on dispose, so that's when the parent gets disposed. So that's a little bit different than what I want to do, but provider.notifier. What would you be? Change notifier. What do you return? Okay, so if we were to can I do a watch off of this? Well, no, because you're not. So I only want to run this when this is changed. But actually, this whole thing should run, right? So I want to run more code is what I want to do. I want to do more things. Turn that. Um, I mean, this being a function, I should be able to just do stuff in it, right? But I would need to do things in here, which maybe it doesn't matter. What if this doesn't have a return? Um, well, that doesn't make sense either. How would it know? This just watches this change. That's why. Um, so I should be able to just do this. Close map. Or is that still... I don't do that anymore. I do all this, though. I still need a reference to the selected controller, though. For things like reload. Okay, so... we still need this. Inside of here, so we call close map. I won't need this. So we call close map on you. I don't need to call reload map. I just need to set select a controller. Just return that, which will set it, and then everything else continues on. I think I can get away with that. Then I don't need this, which is good. Okay. We're going to get rid of that. We don't need that. We're going to let map controller do its thing. New map probably still needs that save map. If this is null, just return. Otherwise, okay, you're gonna make you do that? Alright, that's fine. Be that way. Load map. Load map goes away, I think. Let's comment him for a second. Reload map. This goes like that. Because we can still call it. But we still want to notify our listeners. Change map details. I don't have a map directory path in here. We need to account for renaming. But it's going to be the same controller. It's just going to change the data. So I think we're okay here as well. We'll do the null check here as well. Just return in that case. Otherwise, we're going to do that. We're going to get rid of file data, I'm pretty sure. And in fact, let's just do that. Where is your... Right here. No, up one more. Right here. Get rid of that. Okay. We're getting rid of that. We didn't use our formatted string there. Leave that for a second. Let's also just clean up the rest of these little fellas. Change map details. Change map details. This should have accounted for... We do want to be careful here. Because things listening to this this state provider knows the state of the current maps, right? As to whether or not they've been edited, if they're, you know, need to be saved, all that kind of thing. If we move this... We can't very well do that now, can we? Same question, quick 30 seconds. What is a mud? Do you see the link? Here's a new link. As soon as Nightbot wakes up. There he is. The... Changing details can probably live here. Creating a map, like... The parent's just gonna have to call create map, I think. Which can live over here. This guy, though... we can just interact with that. Now, why do we have this? Oh, to track. Okay. But this, if we were already say, oh, because map changed might not be set to true, right? Okay, that's why we split that out. That probably still stays. This probably needs to be this, but we don't have file name in a map controller. We have map file path. Ooh, map name. We have map name. There we go. File name is not empty and file name is not. Well, this is file name, though. And this holds a full path. So we got to do this a little differently. Hang on. we set the name there. And because we only load the path here, ooh. It's because we have two different names, right? The file name and the actual name stored in the file. That's part of the confusion here. Because your name can be nicer than a file name, right? And in our UI, I don't know if we expose name currently. It's in the map pane is where it's gonna be. Yeah, all of you are broken right now, I know. The save, reset, close. File data, map name, and change map details. Center right. We have map name. We've got change map details. Name controller, file name controller. Okay. So map name, file name. This doesn't have... Well, it could have a path. We'll have to think about how we want it to look. And if this is still valid. Let's go with file path for now, just to get things... map path, rather. Back to a running state so we can kind of look at it a little bit better. Controller... Map file data controller, but map file data is going away. We'll need to, in map controller, handle moving and all that. So add the ability to move map file name in directory. Yeah, file name. We'll have to add that to map controller because I'm going to get rid of the file name controller. I didn't super like having him there anyway. We're just going to drive it off the map controller options that are in app state. Okay, so controller change file name. And then, yeah, we don't change the map change still. So this needs to be... map file path equals file name for now. We'll just do that. That'll be a little bit trickier, but it's probably okay. Get available. So then this doesn't have to happen at all. Well, actually, this is probably used by the file selector, right? Map state, get available map files. Yeah, map selector. Okay. So this does need to go to app state for sure. Map selector expects to get a list of map file data. Ooh. Like, we can still keep you as a data object, I guess? Could also probably just get away with making you something like a list of or like a map. Oh, you include sizes too. If we don't have to JSON you, at least that gets simpler. We can still pass that object, I guess. We just want to really reduce our reliance on it a great deal, I think. I want to change up a lot about how this works. If I can, remove the JSON marshalling, store path, file name, and map name. I think we were defaulting the name to the file name, actually. Guess that's exactly what we already store. Full path, map name, file name. Okay. I think that'll go away. This controller should go away. Cause we won't need these things. A lot of this is going to get moved over to the map controller, or the map controller, to just let it handle its files instead of trying to put it in two places. That makes more sense to me. Okay, but we need to like pick this puzzle apart a little bit. Set selected tile. See, this is going to be a little bit tricky. We have a selected controller. We might want to pull a selected map out here. Um, hmm. I have option to go study in CS and Unity. Do you think it's worth in 2026? Because I feel lazy, like Claude can write 900 codes in just 2 minutes, which is going to take me a lot of time. I don't talk about AI anymore. I'm done talking about AI. You should study it if you want to. If you're interested in that and it makes sense for you in your situation, then go study things that make you happy. Um New map definitely has to go over. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all, Terrace. That's the way everybody's going these days. But I'm so tired of talking about it. I'm just done. I'm just done with it. It's all anybody wants to talk about anymore everywhere I go, and I'm just done. Because we have to call the controller to do this. This is fine because this just references helpers in the controller. So yeah, this is good. Um, this can use the selected map controller, which can't be null if we're in here. And the same is true for these guys. See this one though. I guess map offset is a property. I guess that this is okay. This is okay too. We might have to guard all of these though, just to be sure. Accessing the map, yeah. Yeah. I guess it's okay to let this like just panic, right? Or not panic, but it'll throw an unhandled exception if it'll say null selector not or used on or whatever. Null whatever used on a null value. Which will let us know that we have a bad state that we can get into, right? So maybe we let that handle itself. Otherwise, we would silently fail or have to raise some kind of an error, right? So then we have to plumb in all that stuff for a thing that shouldn't be allowed to be happening. Let's leave it and handle it that way. This goes app state. This goes okay. I think we're close to untangling this mess here. Um, app state. Do we want to set unsafe changes? No, because when we create a map, we just create the file. And we need to add a delete file too, which is fine. So let's pull this over directly. Like so. We'll need to import you. That's fine. Except this will be not this. Not any of this, actually. And you're mad because I have to actually create you as an empty, like so. Okay, now I can go through map controller in my map controllers list, right? Maps add map file data. This is M map file path M dot. Yeah, I need a file name in here. So map file path. Map path gets set here to the full path though. Okay. For now, we'll do this. Don't I have a size? Thought I had a size. I have size. Okay. But you are an actual size. I need to get X. You're not allowed to be null at this point if you're loaded. Which you're only... Why are you nullable? You're only nullable because of constructor, right? This doesn't make sense anymore. To null that. Everywhere else we use it. It's because we wanted to be able to close the map, but now that they just are a thing, we don't need you to be nullable. You get set when we load you. And I think... Initialize map, okay. I just want to find all of these instances, which is only 2 more. Okay, cool. Perfect. Make that not nullable. That's nicer for sure. And honestly, what if I... what if I did this? You don't have a size imported. Except for that's not my size. This needs to be a coordinate size, right? And not that. No? Hang on. Direction. Dot size. Why are you not? I must have imported oops, this. But you being, you're gonna be there. Then my size works. Require a map size, and then we can just do. I'm just gonna YOLO this. I'm 99% sure what I want here. We can do a getter for int size x, int size y. Map size x. You're not missing a type annotation. You have one. Am I misremembering my getter syntax here? Probably. Da 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 da. It's because you don't have params. It's get. There we go. That's it. Like so. Who cares if it's going to take you a lot of time? You're supposed to enjoy it. Yeah. If you don't, then maybe it's not for you. True. Okay. So. That will make this nicer to work with. Our app state here. Map size is m dot map size. Oops. Okay. We add them to the list as map file data objects that we build from what we have. That can go away. State, map state. Let's get rid of this. No, hang on. No safe delete on that one. Just YOLO delete. Okay. What is your map size? Must be initialized. No. No, it must not be. It'll get there when we load you. Okay. New map, yes. New map will also go over. That'll go away. I think it was only used in here anymore. Let's go do so. So new map. You think about map controller. We need you to be able you can default to 0, which actually will fix that for us. Where does true size get used? Can we get rid of you? Oh, we have a new map helper here too. We can't get rid of true size because it gets used. Yeah, I'm gonna put that back and move this back to a late. True size is private though. See, it's used there in our constructor. Or in our new map helper rather. No true size set. I wonder why I did that. It's because size gets reset, that's why. Okay. That's a problem. When we load you... Yeah, okay. Because the... I've kind of done that backwards. This really needs to be... Oh, if I do that, I need this to be internal size. Yes, I'm aware. Thank you. Really? You won't let me? Okay. You son of a bastard. Bum 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 bum. It should be you. But okay. I'm going to have to do this this way, this way, this way, like so. And then you're gonna be a pain in my butt, right? Yeah. Because you would be invisible. And I can't apparently just override that. Where are you? Initialize map in the map controller. Cool, but red. map size there. Map controller initialize. Map pane state. In here. Map controller map. It's not really internal size though, is it? Because of this. Because this is why we have two, right? Because there's one that's expanded with the connection tiles in it. This would be more like expanded size. You can lose that since it's not nullable anymore. That's cool. We'll have to fix up those other things. That's okay, though. Same with these other things. Okay. That's fine. All right. We get rid of that null. We actually really just get rid of a closed map, I think, but we'll do it for... We'll leave it alone for a second. Because we're pretty deep into surgery here. Okay. Now. Oh, format nap. No, I needed that. I YOLO'd it too close to the sun. Put you back. 'Cause gonna need to put you over here in the map controller. Where were you? Yeah. Map editor, map editor, map file data. That's where. Reload. Oh, crap. I restored. Wrong one. Staged. There we go. Now. You should be back, shouldn't you? Am I confused? Or is my editor being slow? That should work, right? Am I having a brain fart? Possibly. Lib. Screens. map editor, map file data. No. Duh. I have to restore it. Pull it out of the stage changes. I need to restore it the proper file. There. Brain fart. Hey dude, really nice to see interested in MUD so much to build an engine. Yeah. It's a very fun project. Okay, now that I have rescued you from the trash, I need to grab these out, and I can put them... I guess I could put them in map controller. That wouldn't be the end of the world. I was thinking about putting them in the data, but I don't think I want to do that. Let's put you up top, I suppose. Not sure if file name. Oh, if we still want that or not. Let's get you in there. File extension. Why? What? We put a const in there. That makes sense. We can do the same. I don't want to put it there. I want to put it probably at the top, I guess. All right. Now, when we do this, this actually becomes, and actually these guys should be static. This doesn't depend on any instance variables. And you are. Okay, perfect. And the same here for the file name. Okay. Now, this map directory, map name. We need to have path imported. That's fine. This map controller, new map, but we need a new controller. So maybe we don't want you to load the map immediately. Because that'll make this more complicated. So if we do that, we need to make sure that when we do our loading here, we call load map on it, and then load map will not take a file path anymore. We should have already set a path. Map file path. Like so. And then here, we can do that, I guess. Anyway, we got map file path and map path going on here. File path is required. Where are you? Need to clean that up. But load map, map file path. So reload map if map file path is not empty. Shouldn't be, but we'll be careful when we call things like reload. Okay, so then we get that load map, cool. Now new map. We need a new controller. New map file path. Okay. And then new controller, new map. New map should also take a size. Map file path, map size equals map size. Like so. And then you load the map. Why would you do that? Wait, no. No, you don't. Okay, you inflate map. But it doesn't save map. It just builds an empty one. Okay. This should probably... not even that. Save map. That way we write this to file. We need to add provision for deleting still, but that's fine. And this is a size. And I want this to also just do, I don't want to do the construction here. Or do I? Yeah, let's take a size object. And we use you there, get rid of that. Oh. This is required. There we go. Yeah. Got to take you out of there. Because we're building this object manually, we pull you out of the sizes now. We don't forget our commas. What? Size can't be assigned to the type. Parameter type size. Because this is not... This is not the right import. Dart UI. That's deeply annoying. Controller, file data, material. This is from Dart UI. Which must be in material or... Yeah, it's got to be material. But I need you wait, where are we at in here? No, it's not this. We're at the root here, and coordinates lives. Where does coordinates lives? He lives in map editor. Map. Coordinates, right? I forgot screens. You don't exist still? Map editor. Map. Coordinates. There we go. Alright. And now... That's correct. Alright, map changed is... No, these guys don't get in there, but... We do need to notify listeners after we make sure... This should be file name. After we add to our map controllers, add new controller, then notify listeners. There we go. Okay. Tell you what. I am going to go use the restroom really quick and get a beverage, and then we'll continue untangling where things need to live nowadays. And hopefully this is all I need to do for this. But yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. So, we've got you pulled over. Let's take a look at our map state fella here. Most of this should all still work, I think. It's only going to be... So close map. Yeah, we need to do the switcheroony here. But because you're close, we can also just refactor this to be switch selected map, let's call it. Because that clears all that stuff out and notifies listeners. So it should be okay. As long as they listen and handle null correctly, I think we're all good. And actually, we would need to... No, I don't think we need to notify. I think we're good. I hope. So that should be taken care of now. That's still to do. That's still to do. That's still to do. Okay. Now, you don't give... Map state doesn't take a controller anymore. What is on-save notifier tied to? That's the map editor is tied to you. This went missing along the way. It used to be required. It's not because we now have the ability to reach up to our parent app state here. What do we got going on here? Ah, okay. Nothing to handle today, right now. The saved stuff here. We don't need to do this anymore. Set unsafe tile changes. And where else? It should have been used in more places. Well, I guess no, because only a tile change would have triggered the deal, right? And the editor, or rather the map pane, Map state map changed. Where did you used to be wired to? This had to be for the parent. It had to be. We just need to call set unsaved changes instead of this. Unsaved tile changes. And then you value red. We do it here. So we can actually get rid of you as long as so here's the problem with these selectors. I guess I could. I don't really want to watch this. Oh, I'm blurry. Hang on. I'm gonna fix that. You're not supposed to be automatically focusing camera. You were proven to be untrustworthy at that task. Okay, you fixed yourself. Good. You're still not supposed to be automatically focusing. It's like it doesn't listen to that in OBS or something. How many years? I don't know. It's not been years. It's been one, like slightly more than at best. It's mostly the editor and the other stuff around it that's been taking the time. And for a lot of the, it's early days. It was just a side project I played around with for fun after work. So like, it's not really. And even now, like I work on it 4 hours a day, right? On streaming days, I work on other stuff on not streaming days, so it's still kind of like a side project. I actually got to like figure out what I want to do with regards to that, right? Because I got too much stuff going on right now. I want to finish up some stuff and get it out the door. Because right now I'm kind of splitting my time up, and it's resulting in everything going slower than I wanted to. And then for like the last half of last year, it was like a 2 hour a day project because I did it after getting home from a different job. So it's been kind of a neglected child. So I don't want to listen to engine demands immense knowledge. I mean, not really. Like I've learned a lot of stuff about it, but like the editor is way more complicated than the engine itself. Like there's probably more lines of code in here even too. Um like I mean lines of code is a really crappy metric for anything. Um do I have no, I don't. I would need to that's not what I want. Um, where are you? Let me get this here. We can play around for a second. Forgot to install this thing. There we go. Okay, so we can do, so we're at the root of the engine. We want to be careful to only get I don't want that. I guess this isn't terrible. So this is going to include test code as well, right? It'd be difficult unless we can okay, we can do go only, but we'd have to omit test. And this isn't actually doing what I want, I don't think. And I can't do... Slock is very, very simple. Because it's just such a... Okay, yeah, they'll encounter 2 files. Because it didn't recurse, I'm betting. It'll be a crap measurement, but it's a crap measurement anyway, right? So, 20,000 lines ago, that seems so high. Seems so high. Maybe it is. Maybe that's it. Okay, we'll say 20K. And then if we go into editor, we want to do only the things in lib, because that's where all of our code lives. Does Slock not speak Dart? Is this an old... version? 131. Release is 131. Thought Slock spoke. We can try, I guess not. It doesn't speak Dart. I swear that I have done this. Maybe I was using a different tool. All right. My interest in this crap metric is pretty much at its end. It's there's definitely more complication in editor. Um, like you got to know some stuff, but like, yeah, it's mostly more of the same stuff, right? Like sending data over an HTTP or WebSocket connection. Same thing you do with a server and a back end and a front end, right? Reading, writing JSON, super common. Reading, writing files, super common. All these little pieces are all just things you do normally in to write anything. It's mostly reading, manipulating, and outputting data. That's kind of programming in a nutshell. Um, yeah, adding engine stuff. Uh, kind of just you got to think more about like the game loop was kind of a thing that I had to dig into, right? Because um you have to orchestrate things more. Normally in a lot of systems it doesn't really matter the order anything comes in. You're not really concerned about fairness. You just want it to get done, right? Um so if you get two requests to change a thing in the database, you want to make sure you don't like get issues in writing to that database. But your driver usually handles that. There's like a connection pool, right? Um, but like you're not concerned about as much about that state. It's less likely. If you have a massively parallel system where that state could be, updated um in different times and contentious updates, it could be an issue. But normally, like if it's a website, let's say where you can, let's say it's just like a basic like social media posting forum site type thing, which everybody uses for an example, right? Adding a post, you're not concerned with whose post really appears first. You can see that kind of thing even in like Discord, right? Sometimes the chat will be in a slightly different order between clients if two people send a message at almost the exact same time, and it doesn't matter, you know. Um, they'll have the same timestamp on them and whatever else. Uh, but in a game, you're concerned about that because it comes to you know, fairness plays a role in that decision. Um, so you end up with stuff like that and other different and interesting wrinkles, but like it's really similar in a lot of ways to other programming. Okay. And graphical stuff like that's its own creature. So that would require a lot more knowledge, I think. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that. What was I doing? I was trying to figure out what to undo. We could give you the callback from the person starting this, but it seems silly. What I want, there's a different type of listener in provider. Where are you? Where is Zidoc? Um, I thought it's under the. It's not in rebuild. It's this overflow issue. No, not overflow. Error. There's an error about. Gosh, what is it? Right here. Change notifier of an exception when I update it. Because there is... One of its descends while the widget tree is building. Read. Mutation in place. Directly inside the create. No, this is not quite the one I was thinking of. It's read. It's right here. Exception to obtaining providers inside init state. Here we go. Put it in the build or read, which will print value once and ignore updates. Okay. So if we were to do this, could I then is context read app state, but you're not that, you're parent context here, so we pull you out of there. Then when I do my notification stuff, I don't need this. And this can come out of here. And then down here, set unsaved changes to is unsaved. And then I don't need to notify listeners of me, because everybody else should be listening to that. Okay. Like so. Now, this all can go away. We just need to correctly handle the new way things are set up. Map controller is... Well, for one, we need to... No, we can still do that. We just need to make you selected map controller. Like so. Map controller here, though, is allowed to be null. So it doesn't need to be late anymore. We just need to make sure that we handle it correctly. And actually here, instead of doing this, hang on, where are you? You're read a lot. But you're never called, right? So we should be able in theory. Oh no, I can't do that. Aren't you showing up in here? You should absolutely be getting called and not just read. Oh. That's gonna be... this is gonna have to change anyway. In fact, we can get rid of that. Ooh, maybe not. Because we wrap you in a map state. So we can still get that. Okay. That part's okay. Map controller. So map state shouldn't be nullable, actually. And it's not. Okay. Controller, nullable. This... We just need to switch all of this to use that. Map state selected map file data. These all can become map controller. Or no, sorry. Yeah. Map controller. Oh, it's because this. Oops. That's what we gotta do. Size X isn't defined for the type map control. What? Oh, right. Okay. And this is... That's got to be up top. Do I want to? Yeah, I guess I probably do. I probably use that a lot. Let's put you... Yeah, that's fine. Int get size X equals... Or actually not equals. We're going to return... It's got to be map size itself, I believe. And then size Y, map size Y. That way those can still do that. File name. I am late to the party. How's it going? It goes. How you doing today, Marco? Just doing some darts flutters. File name is now map file. File name controller versus name controller. Yeah, we're going to fix this up, but for now, it's going to be map file path with a to-do. Figure out what we want to do here. Is it a full path or just a file name? Probably the answer is and size oh, I can't do that because Hmm. Where's the null check? And I forgot what I was trying to say just a second ago. I got totally distracted. I'm sorry. I guess I can just return the length here. The size is mandatory. The map controller's presence is not. And I guess we can just do that. And if you don't have any size to you, no expanded size, just give it the default length, I guess. Where do we actually use these? In our Zoom stuff. Okay, yeah, this is probably the most correct answer then, I think. Yes. All right, now we also need to take care here. We have this. This is going to be driven off of this. And then this. All of it off of the controller. Map controller map. I'd have to do something like that. This should be fine. If it exists in here, it should have a map. Let's just do that only. Should be okay. Same is true here. And because we're null checked in here, we should be all right. This needs to be app state. We need to store an app state as well now. Which is a little bit messy. But let's go and see how we like it. And we can adjust from there. As we see fit. This needs to be this. We need to put in here set selected map, let's say. Now, because there's a list of these fellers, and we have a file data that comes in here, map file data has a name, a file name. I want you to also have an ID. Okay. Let's actually put you in the same order. It's I think it's new v4. Get you imported. New is not. Okay. What's the syntax? I know I've done it a billion times in tests. Where would be the question? Probably in here. No results. All right, I'm just gonna look it up in the docs. Dart UUID new value. UUID. Oh, okay, so V4. I was making it harder on myself than I needed to. And then that makes a string that that's right. I remember this now. Documentation page. Dark mode, please. Gosh. Is this the same? Is this the same package? 442. 453. I wonder if it's changed. Is there a way for me to look at old docs? This is deprecated. Annoying. But what is it? What replaces it? UUID value from string. Okay. UUID value raw. Make sure the value is a lowercase. We're going to ignore that for now. It's okay. From string v4 to string. Why was I doing it this way? It's because it's okay. It's because it's a UUID value, not not a UUID itself. That's why. Because this, well, that would make a string too. I don't like this package as much as I could. which is why I was doing this crazy looking thing. But can't be accessed using static access. What? From string. Oh, I have to create a new. Okay. That's what's going on. Okay. So, and I can't just do, this doesn't return a UUID value, I don't think. Yeah. String can't be assigned, but it's also not a string. Or maybe it is now. Okay. I'm a little bit annoyed by that. We'll have to fix it eventually, I think, because it is deprecated, but we're going to push on for now until we have a good answer in here from this dude or a better replacement package, because, like, string representation of a UUID to wrap const. I guess we would just replace it with one of these calls. And it would generate, it would return for us a UUID itself. Yeah. I like it when library authors leave mysteries for their consumers to solve, in particular the most exciting mysteries of how to use the library itself, right? But I don't think there's a better package. This is like the only one that I found that looked halfway decent when I was looking initially, pretty sure. So, like, we kind of get what we get, you know? There's this usage includes a UUID. We don't want a whole package just for a part of a package, right? I once worked on a huge Python code base. It was like a testing framework. And they had imported all of the Twisted library, which is like an asynchronous events library, for its SSH capabilities only, instead of just using SSH directly, and I was deeply annoyed by that. They also had two nearly duplicate, separate, in a different place, two nearly duplicate ways to SSH into a box. And I believe the Twisted stuff was actually for, like, inspecting the, like, the inner workings of SSH keys and stuff, instead of using a proper library for that directly. I think, if I remember correctly. Anyway, so they had two different ways, and one used a wrapper library around SSH, which made it like twice as slow. It was such a disaster in that code base. I guess you got to roll your own UUID package now. I don't want to. I don't want to shave the yak. I've already done enough of that. And then I would have to maintain it. Like, we can if we have to. I'd rather not. Sounds like a pain in my butt. Okay. Set selected map needs to take a file data. Yes. A target. And we could, like, do the map or do a map of maps instead, but I don't want to. Map controllers. This should be a short enough list that we should be okay. If m dot map ID is equal to target ID. Oh, yeah. We need to wrap it in parens. I was like, why? What are you complaining about now? You should be the same. Okay, so if they are equal, then selected controller equals yeah. But just thinking, is that going to end up with issues? Maybe. Notify listeners and return. I wish Dart allowed me to definitively say I'm using a pointer here. But in theory, it should be okay. I'm just worried about stale data, basically. We're gonna roll with it and see what happens. And if we have to figure out something else, we will. I'm like 99% certain that this is a problem. And I think I need to do this instead. So controller equals map controllers at index. I'm gonna do it. Just gonna do it now. Okay. Now. You shouldn't be getting used anymore right now. That should be okay. I don't need this in here anymore as a result of all that, which is nice. And then you, I don't need to do that. I need to call app state set selected map to file data. And then on a new map, this is app state new map. But you take map size here instead, which is a size 1010. Except for you're going to be a pain about it. No? Are you importing the wrong thing again? No. Is it just X? Is that what I named it? Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense anyway. Alright, so that should take care of that. Now, map tile in our cell builder. This is selected. Wait, no. App controller. Yes. Okay. This shouldn't be nullable anymore. Why are you nullable now? If I made you a late, because, well, no, that's not true. Because if you forgot to load the map at some point, it could be null. Because we took that out of the constructor. Because it was making life more difficult for consumers. So we will have the burden of complexity within us. Although it does make this problematic. Um, I guess I really like that. Oops. I really liked the idea of not worrying about it. Load map. There we go. That's what I was doing wrong. Map file path. Oh yeah, you don't take that. I guess we would have to just say, map size, and then have a default of 0. But you have to be what? Oh, capitalization. There we go. This has to be a const, but the thing I store it in doesn't. So that would let me get away with everything I want to do while ensuring that if I create you, I load you. But see, I can't load you. That's the other problem, because you won't exist yet if I create you like that. Yeah. Unfortunately, that just isn't going to work. It's going to make things harder. I would have to go do other things, and then we'd have to figure out how to handle errors of not existing files. But only if we're not in the creations, we'd have to add a flag, and become a pain in the butt. It's kind of a pain in the butt either way, but we're going to go with it. Make sure we load it here. When we add the map, we add it. Oops. New map. Inflates and saves. And then we should actually, while we're here, call load on it. So we inflate. We save. Make sure we load that. Okay. I don't think we technically need to load, but we will. Just to be sure that everything gets initialized correctly. Okay. Are we runnable? No. We have other issues in here still. Yeah, you're gonna fall over. That's fine. Because you... I can't do that anymore. These are just tests. Tests shouldn't matter for running. We'll have to fix them later, but we have... You are no longer... We rescued the thing we needed from you. We might need more of this, though. You can bring that back. This we won't need. Load map file data. We won't need that either. We could just make you a void for now. Because we used to load. Yeah, it's fine. Now, I think this works. No. Context select outside of the build method of a widget. Well, that's a problem. Any usage other than inside the build method of widget are not supported. Okay. That's going to be a really big problem. That's going to come from here. Crap. Well, maybe it's okay still. What about other options here? Gosh. Do I want to open a window and let some air in? Or is that just going to make it humid and miserable? Can't tell if it's been raining lately or not. Been a cloudy day. Okay, so watch. Multi-provider, proxy provider. I think we just have to watch. As much as I don't like it. This is less bad. all of that goes away. And then do skill controller. I just don't want this thing to rebuild anytime these controllers change, really, right? Yeah, you're still mad about everything. That's fine. We'll clear that out. Because this is also still gonna change. I guess we'll have to do... You can go here with your late buddies. I don't know if that is correct or not. We will need to override dispose here so that we can control that being getting called. So this becomes a watch app state selected controller, and then wait, this is not supposed to be that. It's selected map controller. So there's that. And then I can't add a listener to you, though. Watch. Method is accessible only inside stateless build. Stateless widget build, state build. Ooh. Provider of instead. Crap. Okay. So I got to do this different anyway, because this is going to have the same problem, I think. So if I was to do this, we would see the same errors, right? We have to do provider of things. Yeah. That's even worse. Provider of this should be capitalized. There we go. Like so, and then you take parent context. Listen should be defaulted to false. We want to listen true, though. What is the mud engine like the game mud? Yes, exactly like the game mud. And we'd have to do the same thing here. Parent context, listen, true. And hopefully I can do this. If not, we'll have to rethink some stuff. And I will be disheartened. Okay. Let's see. And let's clear this. And see if that'll let us do that or not. Provider is pickier than I was aware of. No! Never be called again. Okay. Listen false. Use a lifecycle that handles updates. Okay. So that's a problem. Use a provider that handles updates like proxy provider. Crap. Okay, so we gotta figure out if we want to do that and look into that, or just chuck some of this stuff into app provider. Because like this looks like a hacky mess. And it does not make a massive amount of sense to me to do so. Especially when so many of these things like are already in the app state. Like the only thing, like aside from splitting out all this functionality, which is nice, the only thing we're really doing in here is interacting with a specific one, right? The other thing we could do maybe is pass it app state directly. But I don't know that I love that idea either. How do I want to handle you? Would like to keep it as simple as possible. Just gonna punch the mic there. It's fine. It's good for it. Hello, Mr. Mongoose. How are you today? Pretty good, Mr. Cresho. How are you today? Just stymied myself by discovering a sharp edge to provider that I was not aware of. It really doesn't like the idea of trying to watch other providers' values in a nested provider. You have to do some other pretty wonky stuff, apparently, to do that, and I'm really just thinking about why not put it all into app state, since we already have to maintain this thing to do multiple maps. And we could rewrite these to take like a target map. I guess the other thing... Like I said, we can just feed these the things. I'm a bit lost, but why not change nesting behavior and just turn it into a FIFO queue? Because we need to be able to target, like, it's not a queue thing. We need to be able to know what data lives in other maps. For things like tags, if we change a tag, then we need to change the tags in other maps. And also so that we can connect maps together. So we need to be able to pull up in the UI a second map, which we have all the widgets to do, right? That's not the hard part. We just need to build the connections and then also be able to resolve from a connection which lives on an origin tile and be able to say you are connected to this other map, and then probably give like a button to switch to that map for UX, right? And if my controllers, for the things that it needs to look at occasionally, can't be watched, and if we were to give you at this level, it's more like a graph thing? Not really. It's more like, so up until now, we can Excalidraw. Let's Excalidraw. Oh gosh, it's so bright. Where's my button? Where's my options? Night mode. Oh gosh, thank you. So up until now, there really hasn't been that much of an app-wide state. It was really just whether or not it was modified, or something on a screen somewhere was modified, right? But we have all these little fellas. Like we have a skill controller, right? And we have a attributes controller and multiple things exist within our app, right? We have the skill screen, and we have this is actually skills and attributes, and we have like status effects, right? And then we have map editor. And in here we also have our skills, attributes, controller, right? These all control the data models and writing the files and stuff like that, right? Because this is all backed by files on the file system. Nice and simple, right? We've got our little... Oop. That's not what I want. Stop. You and you. Why are you suddenly not a straight line? Click to start multiple points, drag for... Oh, that's why. I was using it wrong. Okay, so we've got our files, right? So skills and attributes needs both of these controllers. So whenever we go to that screen, we'd end up loading them. Attributes or status effects needs its attributes, but also because status effects it needs its status effects, but because it also can affect skills and attributes, it winds up needing all three of these guys, right? And then our graph starts to get, or our diagram starts to get messy, as well it should, because it's kind of a messy solution, right? Which is part of what we're cleaning up right now. So we've got our little fellas here, like so, like so, and then you aren't even anyway. So we got all this stuff here. Map also needs to know about skills because it you can put skill checks onto a connection, right? So we've got this disaster going on here, which we're partially cleaning up. But also, map loaded map data exclusively, and it has a map controller, right? So we've got yet another thing here. But because this controller was built to be swappable, because you can look at a different map file, right? It had the knowledge of how to like close a map and reopen a map, but we can't do that. We'd have to create a second instance of it, and then it needs to have things like skills and attributes and stuff like that, because you're connecting the two maps together, right? So this all just becomes a mess, and we don't like it. So this goes away. This goes into app state, right? And then we only have one. And the map files are very small. It's just text. It's just JSON, right? So we can load up all the maps and all of our controllers and stuff, and then just let these guys pull them out of provider. And then you can just get this. And you get whatever you need. You can pay attention to whatever you care about. It's much nicer, right? But because we have multiple maps that we need to interact with, this is actually a list now. It's map controller. So, and there's tags in here in the mix too now. But this interaction is mostly what we're focused on right now. is we need to be able to, in the main screen, we want to display the currently active map, right? Whatever you've clicked on to load, that needs to be still a thing. We also need to be able to pull up another one, right, that has a new map in it. And I was trying to avoid dumping everything into app state to where it could just have the controllers and the true global state, right? But to create a new map state, provider, when appropriate, right? So that we could probably have like 2 of these guys. I don't think we should need to edit more than that, right? So we should have these guys here. And they can manage, the idea was that they could manage a file and the current state of this map, right? But because I can't listen to this provider and these providers without doing messy, horrible looking things, I'm reconsidering, basically. So it's not really a graph thing. It's a concurrent data display access type thing. The borrow checker would have a heart attack seeing this. Well, I don't Rust, so I don't know what the borrow checker's opinions are. But if the object, the map state, is the only thing that modifies this or is accessing each controller, then there's still only one thing that's modifying it, right? Maybe event-driven bus is the way to go? No. I don't want to do that, because for one, it sucks in Dart, and for two, event buses are hard to deal with. They're a pain in the ass, right? Because things fly all over the place and there's little to no tracking them, right? You have to trace fucking ID numbers or something. Nobody wants to do that. So my plan to let these guys basically just grab this reference and pull these things out of there is just being foiled. And maybe the answer is I just should pass them in. And then be careful about my on disposes in here, so that these state controllers can basically, have access to the map controllers we have in here. We just create them and say, here's your controller for everything you care about. You can manage the state of this object here. And maybe this is still the best answer. I just need to feed them manually so that widgets, which are within Map Editor, that these live in the context of the Map Editor, and all of my other little fellas can just do provider things looking for an app state, or a map state, that is, for their data, right? Under normal circumstances. And we still need to pull out some kind of a screen for that second map. And probably we don't tell it to just grab app or map state from the context, but maybe we give it something. This part will be tricky too. Well, not really, because we have at... Well, yeah, it's still tricky. We basically need to give it a new widget, and instead of having a poll context, we need to provide it, or something. No right answers, only wrong ones. Yeah, it's a little tricky, because it's UI, right? UI is always a little tricky. And because we don't want to... our current pattern is that any change you make isn't actually written to file until you explicitly do so, right? Which is part of what map state does. It holds the in-flight editing state, I guess I should say, of the map. Yeah. And it does that via the controller, which knows how to do all that stuff. It's responsible for the current data, right? Which is why I started thinking about, like, just putting these in app state and then letting these sort of things drive. But I think that's going to be even more complicated, in addition to just being a huge file, which is always a pain in the ass to work with, right? So that's a little bit nyeh as well. Tricky to get it to do what I want it to do. Is it a skill issue? Possibly. But we can't also really just, like, we have these map file datas, which are kind of acting as proxies now to identify a map. But that won't help us with the editable states. My camera has gone blurry. Stop it, you! Last time it decided to wake up about the second I went to change it, fix it. How about map collection controller in app state, which hands out map states to widgets, and you can control all issued map states in one place. I did kind of start down that path, but that is difficult to interact with Provider. The way Provider wants to work is it wants to pull things out of context. So I'd have to convert everything that pulls it out, right? So right now in the map editor, map pane, Blurry Mongoose can't hurt you. He isn't real. He is real. Blurry Mongoose is valid. So we pull the map state out of the context here with Provider, and we do this same pattern in all the widgets so that they can manage their own state, right? It states all the way down. So like if we had a tile selected, our tile data worries about what does the map state have to say. I look at the selected tile within map state, right? And that way only things that get changed in theory get rebuilt. Otherwise, I'd have to manage all the life cycles of every individual widget somehow. And it'd probably end up rebuilding everything anytime you made a change, I think. Why are you jingling? Ah, because I have a new follower. Thank you. Our alerts are broken today, but I appreciate the follow. So I don't particularly want to do that either, if I can avoid it. I'd like Provider to do the heavy lifting for me, if it can. if I can orchestrate things in such a way to enable it to allow that functionality. We might be able to, in here, do something like, instead of setting a selected controller, what if we set a selected map state? I can't do that either, because the state provider has to wrap the widgets that are trying to read from it. By the way, congrats on the 500 YouTube subs, Mark. Thanks, appreciate it. I was pretty stoked with that. I was pretty happy to see that number, and it gave me the little sparklies and everything too. I guess the next goal would be, I'd have to go back. I'm gonna leave it. I think the next goal is 1,000. Watch hours I'm short on for enabling channel members, if there's anybody that's interested in that sort of thing, but I'm sure it'll come with time as more people come to hang out, work along, watch videos, that sort of thing. I really think we just have to create you in the map editor, which, I mean, it's fine. I just don't like it. So this needs to go away, basically. We can't rely on it. We can't interact with it. So we might as well not even. We will need to provide it with some callbacks in that case, which is fine. The saving, or not saving, but setting an unsafe change so that the app state can know whether or not it's safe to navigate away would have to go into there. The tag and skill and all that providers, yeah, sure, that's fine. We would have to do a tag update callback, which is fine. We can do that. Which we'd end up delegating basically to the map controller, I'm pretty sure, to manage the internal data of the map, which is fine. Can you pass map states back to app state you created? Well, yes, but they have to, you see right here how the widget wraps the map pane? That's the problem, is that it has to be in the context, that provider has to be in the context for it to exist. And I don't know how you'd wire that up exactly with a pre-existing state. I think it has to be constructed with one, because you don't have a handle on it. But that's why I think we can do it here with these being managed in the build. Because if one of these would change, yeah, context, yeah. If one of these would change, then provider should help us to know that we need to rebuild this widget because it's caring about those things. I think is what we have to do. Tags and saving, or the, not saving, but the dirty state, the app-wide dirty state for any screen, I think are my only callbacks. Which isn't the end of the world for sure. Yeah. I think we're going to try that because that gets us most of what we already wanted. It's just a little bit more plumbing, basically, right? So instead of parent context, that's going to go away entirely because it can't work like that. These won't be late anymore. And I guess the controller can still be nullable, though. So that we can display the empty, just box with the header still. This, app state won't be in here either. It takes required skill controller, a tag controller, map controller, no. Not required. Optional, this selected map controller. Okay. All of this can go away now. Everything else... Parent context show snack bar. Ooh, parent context was needed for that. Okay. So we do have to bring that back. We just can't listen to things on it. So we still need that. That's fine. And then you, we need our unsaved changes callback. Takes a bool. It's optional. Set unsaved changes callback is what we're going to call you. You're nullable, so that should be fine. This is upset because we need to guard it and only call it if it's not null. And then we check you to be sure. Okay. That should wire up that. Now, here in build, you are going to need some things. Actually, I don't need to define them here. As long as they're in here, it should be okay. Context, watch, app state. You're not imported anymore. Skill controller. Tag controller, context watch, app state. Not skill controller, tag controller. And I'll need a closing angle bracket there. Map controller, nullable, watch, app state, selected controller. I'm also going to need... No, I can still call map controller. That's still fine. Okay, so we got parent context here. I've got skill controller here. I've got tag controller here. I've got selected map controller is map controller here. All right. We do need the let's save. Actually, no. Let's just do it now. I don't think... I think I can do this. Context read. App state. That way I'm not watching this. I'm not looking for changes. I'm only looking for these things, which I hope means it won't rebuild anytime I change other things. Then our set unsaved changes callback here. New val. We can say is app state set unsaved changes new val. Set state just to be sure. Well, no, it shouldn't. Well, this shouldn't matter because nothing in here needs to change because of that. Okay. So here, I still need to override dispose though. Because gotta get ready for work. Catch you next time. Cool. Have a good day at work. Thanks for stopping by. Switch map. We called you switch map, which you won't be anymore. Switch selected map. This is just going to go away in general. I think the child widgets handle this correctly. Does this matter? Because we're not, yeah, we're not, we get the state provided to us. I think we're okay, or the state, but the controller. So I think it rebuilds this when we do this. We'll have to figure out for sure. Let's leave this in here just in case we do need it. We'll leave it out for first now until we know for sure. Okay. Tests are broken. Yeah, I know. I don't care about that just yet. That's a future me problem. Okay. Because everything else should be wired up, I think Tags will have to hook up still in the future, but also a future me problem. I think this should load. It's not, though. Provided with a subtype of listenable stream map state. Provided will not automatically update dependence. Okay, but I'm... But I'm... I would have thought the build would be smart enough to fix that. Change out of her provider, value listenable provider, listenable provider. Let's take a look at the docs. Ugh. There is... where is the... Here, right here. Listenable object. Listenable provider will listen to the object and ask widgets would depend on it to rebuild whenever the listener is called. Do we have examples of you? Of course not. This might be the answer, though. It looks... Change notifier provider. This looks promising. I would need to change you to... this, right? No. These would have to be finals, which maybe that's fine. Maybe that's aight. And this needs to be a const, right? No. What is your... One or more of its instance. Okay, yeah. This isn't. This would have. This would all have to be final too. Let's take a different look here. When I get stuck like that, I start a new temp project and experiment with minimum functionality. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really, I'm not really stuck. It's not complex enough that I feel like that would be a good use of my time. It's an architecture problem is what it is, really. And also before I need to make an architecture change that I'm not yet sure about. I mean, yes and no. By the time I mocked up enough things to get me where I want to be, I might as well just keep messing with the actual project, right? Like, I do the same thing if it's neatly encapsulatable, for sure. But, if I'm in a corner right now, then my strong inclination is just to literally git reset everything I've done and then reevaluate if I was to be in that bad of a corner, right? Um it's in that weird awkward spot where I need enough of the same moving pieces to prove the idea that it'd be more work to just duplicate it than to just mess around and let Git sort it out. um this is problematic. But, you know, a lot of the functionality of map state is kind of a wrapper for the controller stuff. In a lot of ways, maybe that was my red flag that I was doing something wrong. And I just didn't know it yet. It's a philosophical dilemma. The solution will show up while you sleep. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so these guys can't be true or on a toilet, right? I could our selecting would have to live over here. This is still a problem. Because it complained about the map. Oh, I lost my error message. Map state is what it's complaining about. But oh, it doesn't tell me. Okay. Because this is map state. I was thinking it was complaining only about the map, selected map controller. But I could wire up a bunch of callbacks for these things. I don't want to do that if I can avoid it. This actually, okay, hang on. I'm being stupid. In part. These tag. Yeah, tag controller should be over here anyway. Tag things should be happening here. So we need to move tags out. Okay. Tag editing stuff needs to move out of here. The skill controller stuff should be retrieved by widgets that care about that from app state, right? So let's get rid of these guys. It's not going to completely solve our problem, and I'm going to close this so it stops console puking at me. So that was just stupidity on my part. Pure and simple. These guys should be worried about app state for that. Watch app state. And actually, this isn't going to need all of app state. This is only going to need the parts it's going to care about, which should be skill controllers in this one, right? Yes. But because these are in child funcs, I might get away with not having this up here. Hang on. Because we broke these out into widgets. So here, in fact, they only listen to app state here. We don't care about that really. We only care about the skill controller part. App state, skill controller. You are that now, right? You still need the map state for unsafe tile changes. Okay. So we'll still watch map state, but we'll just add this on top. That's fine. And tag controller. We can also and actually I can just do this directly, replace that. Okay. That means that this will need to have these guys pushed out of here, but that's fine. The only reason you exist is to wrap this other functionality so that we can notify listeners of changes. That's okay. These fellers can come over here. And let's just have you... Yeah, let's get rid of that. That's fine. Update tag. We'll also need to come over here. We're going to leave tags unsaved there. We have UI around editing them, so we should be able to do with this provided to do remove this tag from any of the maps that have it. And then the same update this tag on any of the maps that have it. And because those live on connections, we already have lists of connections. We should be able to do that reasonably easily. It's going to modify the maps on a save. We can throw a warning about that, though. That's okay. Okay, so those come out of there. Cool. What else is in here? You, because watch map state. What if this is instead app state? We need... Yeah, you don't actually need a map state. You need an app state too. Which... Why do you need that? Couldn't we get away with pulling you out of... App state tags and music. Oh, no. Because this is a filter of all available tags. And we give you nothing, yeah. Theoretically, I should be able to get you and because I only care about tags, tag controller, you can get a full name because you're kind of in the middle of everything here. We need to import you instead of the state. That's fine. We need to import you so that you can pull provider. Tag controller is the one we care about here. And then I can do you. Tags is tag controller tags. You can be... Why are you widget? Oh, because, yeah, it used to be passed in. That's fine. Tag controller. Tag controller. Update tag. Ooh. Right. So that needs to be app state. That's okay. We can still do the same thing. And this is actually... I think I can get away with read here so it doesn't change everything. And because we set state internally here, I think we're still golden. We'll see. We'll see. Is there anything you, because you don't need this anymore. You're just tag edit modal. Alright. Map editor is deeply unhappy because of that. That's fine. And then y'all can join them in dev null. Okay. So. It is about time for me to go have lunch and work on other things. And turn on some AC because it's hot and stuffy in here. But I feel good about this approach. This is already shaping up to be cleaner. So let me throw myself a to-do here. Ideally, I want to get out of here before Twitch gets more ads, just because I don't like giving you ads if I'm not going to be on for a while. These to-dos. Yes. That's done now. So we just need to figure out what the heck we are gonna do with the map controller part. That's the only thing. Stay for another 9 hours. What will we do without you? Yeah, you know, if I had an AC I could run and I had all these other projects I didn't need to do, I would probably stay longer. But my AC is very, very, very noisy. Okay, so we just got to figure out the map controller part. And if well, I've already forgot what I was planning to do with that because I got distracted with the other things that I had a firm idea on. Snooze that really quick. I'll have to think about map controller still. I think there's still a way to salvage this as a concept in a way that actually works. Um, we'll have to see though. At least we've simplified it some, even if we do have to move it, right? Anywho, thanks for streaming, chat. See you. Good luck and good appetite. Hey, appreciate you. Always good to see y'all, Mr. Crescio, Mr. Marco. But yeah, it's time for me to go do all that stuff. So if you like this kind of nonsense, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today, ending on Monday. So come on back around tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. I'll be here doing more of it. I'd love to see you. And if not, y'all have yourselves a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks, everybody. Bye.